Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you today?
Miss or Mrs.
Just call me Mrs. if you can,
Okay.
but I hope you can call me Miss.
Uh,
Yeah. Mr. Itmam, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Me too. Very well. Very great. Yeah. This day is beautiful, right? Because it's not cloudy, but
Yes.
so warm and a brightly shine. Yeah.
So hot and very very good moment on this day.
Okay. How about the topic today?
Oh, maybe now we are uh, we are talking about COVID again with the Omicron cases in
Yeah.
Indonesia
It's a new variant, right?
and very exactly in Tasikmalaya
Oh,
now.
increasing
Yes.
today?
Yes.
How many percent?
Increase. Uh, why? Maybe I know only 13% maybe in
Yeah.
Tasikmalaya,
Yeah.
and I don't know with in Indonesia.
Yeah.
I only know in Tasikmalaya is 13%.
It comes again, right?
Yes.
Before in Omicron, we have a Delta
Delta
variant.
variants. Yes.
I think it's more dangerous
Yes.
from Omicron, and it has a suspect really great, right?
Yes.
I hope we can in healthy, safety, just keep your immunity
Yes.
everywhere and every time. It's very important for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
And maybe in mass vaccine again. Yeah.
Vaccine.
Vaccine. Yeah.
Have you get the third vaccine?
No, I'm two. The second vaccine.
Second
Not
vaccine.
not.
So am I.
Yes. Maybe the booster. Yeah.
Booster
Yeah.
for vaccine. Yeah.
Booster.
For all participants in everywhere you are, just get the third vaccine if you haven't yet, and if you're done, just keep your immunity everywhere. Okay. Okay. So what will we read today, or maybe we discuss again? Forget about Omicron the first time.
Mm.
Just talk about this conference today.
Yes. It's the third
Health
health
Science
science, yeah,
International Conference. Okay.
in Bakti Susada, yeah.
Yeah.
Before we are not on land, we are in Indonesia is oh apa, kumpul,
Community.
yeah, community.
Yeah.
It only is and all Indonesian people, yeah,
Yeah.
get to oh, can invite and join in health science
In
now.
this
Yes.
conference. Okay.
Yes.
We have a fifth keynote speaker for
Oh,
today.
fifth cans.
Have you know about it? Yes,
Yes.
you know. You know.
I know one from optometry.
Yeah. We
Uh,
are in a
for from the five kind of space, I know one in optometry.
optometry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just keep it secret before we
Yes.
come to the discuss
Yeah.
in conference today. Yeah. Hope that we will run this day with very well, and hope it can be a great conference
Yes.
today. Yeah, because our participants today is not only in West Java, maybe yeah,
Yes. Yes. In Sumatra we have in Kalimantan. Yeah.
Kalimantan
Kalimantan.
and
From,
Bali.
yeah, Bali. Yeah.
Okay, it's very great day today.
Yes.
How you're feeling? Are you nervous?
Yeah, I'm very nervous now. Yeah, because maybe in language English not
In a different language.
habitually. Yeah.
If we can, we want to speak in Bahasa. Yeah.
Yeah, or Sundanese. Yeah.
Or Sundanese. Yeah, it's
Okay.
our culture.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mr. Itmam, you will be in a moderator today.
Yes.
Yeah, with the maybe
The,
second
the
keynote
second,
or
yeah,
second
the
keynote
second, the
speech.
kind of
Okay.
speaker.
You will read it with carefully and very fluently.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So am I. I'm very nervous today. I don't know how I can get this conference today,
Yes.
but I hope I can make it good.
Mm, I do. I do. I try to the best.
Yeah,
So, no.
we have to try the best.
Yeah.
Um, It's about conference. First, we talk about Omicron variant.
Yes.
Second, we talk about conference. And
Conference.
now we talk about Bhakti Trusada University.
Yes.
It's a new generation, new transforming. Can you discuss about it?
Yes. Back to Susada, I know because I'm graduate from here
Yeah.
in 2018. Before,
2018.
yes,
Oh yeah.
before university, we know is health science college,
Health Science College, right?
and then in on 18 December, yeah, December 8,
December 15.
15, yeah,
15 December
transforming
2021.
to the university with new three faculty now.
Three
Yeah.
faculty. The first, Faculty of
Technology
Technology
and
and
Business,
Business. Second,
the
Faculty of Health
faculty
and
of health
Science,
science, and the faculty of pharmacy.
Pharmacy, right. So we have three faculty now. It's a great faculty.
Yes.
If you have some child or maybe kids that you don't know where will they go,
Yes.
just go into us here in BTH or Bhakti
Tuna
Laslusada University. It's a new transforming generation.
In this location is very very uh,
Comfortable.
comfortable. Yes.
Yeah. Comfortable with all the facilities we have. Yeah. We have a great field, a great restaurant, and then we have a good class.
Yes. And especially library like
Library,
that.
yeah. Maybe you, all participants, you can guess where are we? We are in
Library
library.
at BTH, yeah.
Yeah,
BTH
BTH.
library.
BTH, yeah. BTH is what is that? Spell of Bhakti Transusada
Transusada, yeah.
University, like that.
It's like Gramedia, yes, but
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 in different place.
yeah, different place. Very very comfortable. If
Yeah.
you join here and you discuss or read the book in
Read
here,
a book.
yeah.
Okay. If you never come to this university, visit us
Yes.
here in Tasikmalaya, Indonesia, West Java, in Cilolahan Street,
Cilolahan Street,
number
36.
36. Yeah,
Yes.
good. Okay. I have stayed in this university maybe about 6 years.
6 years.
6 years.
6
Yeah.
years.
After I'm graduate from this campus in 2016. You are in 18.
18.
I'm 16. Yeah. So I'm older now. Yeah.
All those 2 years. Yeah.
Others 2 years. Yeah. Almost. Always others in
Yes.
years. Yeah. So what will we discuss again about
Yes.
this BTH University? So have you prepared about the material for
For this
for
day.
this for this day?
Yes, I have tried to make
Some different.
some different from today, and I prepare from 3 last day.
Three.
Yes, to
Okay.
prepare on this day
It's a
because
good preparation.
yes, because yeah, with the language we are talking about in English,
Yes,
it's
of
very very
course.
hard for me, and
Uh,
especially for me. Maybe
Uh,
Mrs. Anissa,
I'm
what
not
to
good at
prepare.
English, especially. I'm not good. I'm just learning. I
Yes.
just show how I can get in English language. But by the way, do you have any language beside of English?
I'm only maybe bahasa. Yeah,
Sundanese, bahasa, and
Sundanese.
Japanese?
Japanese not.
No. Sampurasun is
Sampurasun is
is my
favorite
Sundanese.
language. Sampurasun is
Okay.
my favorite language.
Yeah. Maybe you like Korean language, like an Oppa BTS
No,
say.
maybe my wife
Oh,
like the
yes,
Korean.
your wife. Woman always like Korean.
Yes.
Yeah. I think no one of women doesn't like Korean.
Yes.
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe all women maybe yeah.
It's about one
And
percent who
yeah.
doesn't like maybe. Yeah. just know about Sarang Hill. It means I love
Yeah.
you in English. And going China. It's
Going China.
about. It's okay, no problem in Korean. Yeah, it's very hard to learn.
Yes.
It's about Korean, but it's very interesting. Interesting language.
Talking about the faculty, new faculty we have for study program maybe.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Now we have to break first, maybe. And for the participants, you can prepare yourself and give attention in this conference because the seminar or conference will be open and coming soon. Kayaknya kalau berdua nggak akan terlalu dekat. announcement for all participants. Please prepare yourself and give attention to this conference because the conference will be open shortly. For all participants, before we start this conference, please to rename your Zoom account with name underscore institution followed to the template. And please read the rules as in this place. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome in Tasikmalaya, Indonesia.
Waalaikumsalam.
My audience, let me introduce myself. My name is Anissa. It's a wonderful and precious chance for me to be your MC today in this beautiful day on Wednesday, February 9, 2022, in our big event, the third Health Science International Conference. And the first of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us His guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so that we can attend this meeting without any obstacles at all. And praises and salutation be upon to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the last messenger, the best figure of this universe, and who had brought us to the path of life and left the darkness in this life. The Honorable Mrs. Hajah Tati Deda, as chairwoman of Bhakti Transusada Foundation. The Honorable Mrs. Hajah Anok Nuliawati, SKP MCAP, as the rector of Bhakti Transusada University Tasikmalaya. The Honorable Chairman and Chairwoman of Vice Rector in Bhakti Transusada University Tasikmalaya. The Honorable Chairman and Chairwoman of Dean Faculty Technology and Business, Faculty of Health Science, and Faculty of Pharmacy. The Honorable Chairman and Chairwoman of Academic Program Food Technology, Entrepreneurship, Digital Business, Administration Hospital, Nursing, Medical Laboratory Technology, Refraction Optician, Pharmacy, and Pharmacist Education Profession. The Honorable Mr. Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazir Saleh as invited speaker from PICAMS International University College, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The Honorable Mr. Associate Professor Muhammad Zaki Awing Isa, Master of Science, PhD, as invited speaker from Management and Science University Shah Alam, Selangor, Malaysia. The Honorable Mrs. Sophia Hu, PhD, RN, as invited speaker from Department of National Yang Ming Chiao Tung University, Taipei, Taiwan. The Honorable Mr. Professor Chon Lapat Sukasem, BPharm, PhD, from Mahidol University, Bangkok, Thailand. The Honorable Mr. Professor Laurent Duvos from University of Reunion Island, Indian Ocean, French. And the Honorable all the audience. Okay, before we come to the main session, let us start this event by praying first, so that the event today will run well without any obstacles at all. Pray based on individual belief begins. Pray, John. The audience, the first agenda, recitation Holy Quran, which will be read by Rosada Mustafa Kamil. Time and place are yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض فانفضوا لا تنفضون إلا بسلطان يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض من أقطار السماوات والأرض فانفضوا لا تنفذوا لا تنفذون لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next agenda, sing Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, and follow with March of Bhakti Pusada, University. For all audience, please stand up.
akan selalu dijaga Tridharma perguruan tinggi dijaya. Universitas BTH Bakti Tunas Husada Napak Jaya, menjulang tinggi seperti sang Garuda, bijaksana dalam pendidikan bangsa. Berjuang bersama merengkuh cakrawala, lambungkan cita-cita menyambut kejayaan, rempakan inovasi bersih akhlak mulia, tabarkan pintu tunas husada. Lestarilah negeri agar jiwa pertiwi, jayalah bakti tunas husada.
Dear audience, please sit down. Okay, now we will performing Indonesian traditional dance by BTH Art Community. My beloved audience, now we will invite Vice Rector of Mr. Dr. Saiful Amin to deliver a speech. Now we will invite Vice Rector Dr. Saiful Amin to deliver a speech and open this Health Science International Conference. Time and place are yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Praise to be Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of knowledge and the most expansive of forgiveness. It is His will be today, February 9, 2022, the third Health and Science International Conference organized by Bhakti Tuna Susada University can be carried out. We always say salawat and salam to be Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the messenger of light. Their head of BTH Foundation, their keynote speaker, their redaction editor of journal collaboration, their audience of conference. The first, I would like to thank to the keynote speaker who have the willing deliver the people at Health and Science International Conference event. I hope it will give the goodness for you. The knowledge that we have, we will only appear to have higher benefits when the knowledge is practiced and taught to the other, so that people can get benefit from the knowledge we have. As a lecturer who has knowledge, it is an obligation to provide benefits for the people. The welfare of the people is the main focus of research, namely by finding solutions to problems that exist in society in order to create of welfare. However, there is a main value that can be achieved from the research is a product that can be commercialized in order to create economic independence starting from the micro scale, which will ultimately realize the welfare in the people in Indonesia. This event is a biennial program organized by LPPM Bhakti Tuna Susada University. This event also the result of commitment from lecture research. In other words, disseminating about research progress that has been carried out to the public. In addition, the implementation of Health Science International Conference is used and acknowledge of the knowledge possessed by lecture in particular. We hope that all participants of Health and Science International Conference can follow until the last session. Hopefully, research network can be established between participants after this event takes place. Enjoy the time. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next agenda is a parallel session. To all participants, please join the break room, which is provided by the committee. For your information, room 1 will be guided by Mrs. Kenny Ida Cahyati, room 2 by Mr. Itma Milataka, room 3 by Mrs. Etiko Maria, and room 4 by Mr. Sedin Renaldi. To all participants, please join the break room now. Okay. Okay, for all participants, give attention again. Room 1 will be guided by Mrs. Kenida Cahyati, room 3 by Itma Milataka, room 4 by Mrs. Eti Komaria, room 5, and room 7 will be guided by Mr. Sedin Renaldi. Room 3 by Mrs. Kenida Cahyati, room 3 by Mrs. Milataka, and room 5 will be guided by Mrs. Etiko Maria, room 7 by Mr. Sedin Renaldi. To all participants, please join the break room now.
lagi.
Hmm? Ya wis lip aja.
Termasuk belum? Biar bisa masuk.
Untuk mahasiswa bisa masuk ke ruangan yang kosong atau room Zoom yang kosong, ada di room 3 dan room 7. Room 7 masih kosong. Silakan untuk mahasiswa bisa pindah atau masuk ke room 7.
Ya siapa nama? Itu kemana-mana.
all participants and students who hasn't joined the room, we have a next agenda. It's about main session. Just wait until the main session come. Kepada semua mahasiswa dan juga peserta yang belum bisa masuk room, jangan dulu kecewa ya, karena nanti kita ada main session yang sangat very interesting sekali ya. Jadi so please stay tuned on your Zoom room. Oke, waktunya jam 10.30 untuk main sessionnya. Jadi diharapkan masih stay di Zoom roomnya, karena nanti akan ada topik yang sangat interesting untuk dibahas bersama para pakar ahlinya. Pastinya dari luar negeri, dan juga kita tunggu kehadirannya. Jadi kami mohon maaf apabila peserta dan juga mahasiswa yang belum bisa masuk room, tapi jangan dulu kecewa ya, karena nanti ada main session di jam 10.30.
Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Could you hear my voice?
Kenapa dia?
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof. Muhammad Nazil, could you hear my voice?
Yes. Waalaikumsalam, Dokter.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your willingness to be as one of our keynote speaker in this event. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. My great pleasure to be a part of the speaker for today's event.
Okay.
Thank you.
How are you, Professor?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, I'm good.
Alhamdulillah. How about in Malaysia? It's good also. About
Yeah, for the timing, the cases I think was
Hello, Professor.
automatically goes up, which is my symptom, low symptom. Have you heard me?
Pardon, Professor. There's a little
Hello?
connection in here. Could you repeat, please?
Hello?
Okay.
You hear me?
Yes, but a little bit. It's like an error. I
Okay.
can hear clearly your sound.
Alright. Do you hear me?
Yes, it's clear.
Alright, okay. The cases goes up at this point, but normally the people having stage 1 and stage 2 infected, which is a very low sign symptom, for example like coughing, like basically it's coughing and also high fever for 1 or 2 days. It's not in severe cases at this point.
Okay.
How about in Indonesia right now?
I think now in our country it's not really different with an Asian country, because now we found that in some region for the increasement of pandemic, it's ongoing to increase. But I think, I don't know, maybe today the integrity and the courage of the people to stay healthy is suddenly reduced in the moment. I think because maybe COVID it's so long and everyone in several regions becomes boring maybe. But I hope we can pass this condition good condition, yeah, very well. Then I know that the government still encouraged to build the strategy for solving this health condition.
Okay.
And Professor Nazil, I think in the future we can build another collaboration, not
Okay,
only
sure.
in this event, but also in academic activities, especially in medical laboratory technology.
Yeah, definitely, inshallah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much. And for sharing the presentation, you will sharing by yourself or provide by our operator?
I think I will using my own. I will
Okay.
share the screen.
Okay.
I would like to get the permission from you because I'm using two laptops.
Okay.
So then you can allow me to share the material during the presentation because there is a video on it.
Yes.
So I need to
Yes, I understand. Okay. And now the operator has already make you as a co-host, so you can use your time for share your presentation. Okay. And could you mind if we wait for a while before the time? And because your session will be running at 10:30.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Can I share the?
Okay, you can try if you want.
Let me try.
Okay, sure. Okay, Professor Nazil, is everything okay? You could share your presentation?
I can't share the slide.
Oh, you can share the slide. Okay, wait a moment.
I can't. I don't know what's wrong.
Okay, let me check. Is the operator has already changed you to the co-host or not? Wait a moment. Wait a minute. Okay, Professor, please try again. It's already changed to.
Let me using another laptop.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, still more time, Professor. Don't worry.
I'm waiting from your technical. Let me in. Excuse me.
Yes, Professor.
I still cannot share my slide.
Okay.
And can I send to you?
Your material presentation?
Yeah.
I have already received your material.
But that one is under PDF. Mine is PowerPoint because there is a video on it.
Wait. The last email that you have already sent to me, the topic is about. Wait.
Because
Wait.
Awal yang madalas makan. Maya.
Okay. May I share? I would like to show you the last material. Wait a minute. It's just to make you sure that this is your last material that you have already sent it to my email. This is right?
yeah, but that one is the PowerPoint. I sent you the actual.
Okay. You have already give it to me in PDF format, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and you want to send it in PowerPoint.
Okay, I already sent to you.
My email?
Yeah, by email.
Okay, wait a moment.
Because there is a video on it,
Oh,
so
yes.
I want to
I
show the
see.
video
Okay.
as well.
Yes. Okay. Wait a minute. I would like to open my email first. Material in. Okay, I found it.
You receive the new one?
Yes. Wait. It's the download is ongoing on my laptop. And yes, it is.
Professor, your material is in PowerPoint.
Yeah, in PowerPoint.
Any video, including the video?
Yeah, including the video as well.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a video on it.
Wait. Just want to make sure that everything is okay before you present.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So welcome. Let me allow me to share for a moment just to make sure that this is the file. Okay. Is it?
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Okay.
All right, lovely.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Because I don't know, I use 2-3 laptops, but I can't share because they come out is a different preference. So I don't know what's wrong.
No problem.
Okay.
Nazir. We will provide your presentation.
Okay, I really appreciate that someone will be control the slide. Yeah.
Don't worry, I would help you to allow your presentation during your perform.
Pak Wawan ini dikirim ke
Atuh.
ini mau sama
pagi.
This
Dear the audience. Dear the audience, now we come to the main session. Dear audience, now we come to the main session. That is Health Science International Conference with the topic Commercialization of Research Products as a Step Towards an Entrepreneurial University. The first keynote speech in Medical Laboratory Technology with the topic Medical Technology in Era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 Society on the Healthcare Industry, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazir Saleh, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and International, PCOMS International University College, Malaysia, and Mrs. Dr. Optima as the moderator. Time and praise are yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Anissa, as a host in Conference International today. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our keynote presentation session of conference is about to begin. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our virtual conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The honorable keynote speaker for this panel session, Professor Muhammad Dr. Muhammad Nazir Saleh. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Professor?
Alhamdulillah. Good. I hope everyone also in good condition at this point.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Umi Mardiana, the moderator of today's panel session. I am very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this conference. As a global competition continues to grow, it is critical that the institution driving new knowledge and skills, the ability to develop and exploit new technology, as well as understanding how technology and society interact. And university can contribute to this ongoing process of change. Ladies and gentlemen, the demand for the innovation and reorganization in the public sector is also clearly articulated in the forthcoming on innovation in the public sector. Today, the keynote speaker session is about medical technology in era of revolution industry, 4.0 society, 5.0 on the healthcare industry, and this is very interesting that this innovation could encourage knowledge development between university and the public sector. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil Saleh. He is Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and International becomes International University. Current position is Deputy Dean Research and Postgraduate Studies, Faculty of Engineering and Life Science University Selangor, Shah Alam, Selangor. And before the presentation begin, let me introduce the academic activities of Professor Nazil. Name Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil, born in 7th of June 1972 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. In career history, he is a Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and International at Picom International University College in from September 2020, and the academic qualification diploma in animal health and science production has been obtained from University Pertanian Malaysia in 1994 and continue in Bachelor Honor of Biomedical Science in 1997 from University of Bradford, United Kingdom, and continue with Master of Science in field of Biochemistry Toxicology from University Putra Malaysia in 1999, and the doctoral program in field of biomedical science has been obtained from University of Putra Malaysia UPM in 2003. And then in the term of publication and speakers, Professor Muhammad Nazil has been invited as speaker in the event of Medical Laboratory Technology Student Conference in 2020, and also the first COMTECH International Conference of Medical Technology Determination of Molecular Target for Diagnosis and Treatment of COVID-19 in virtual webinar hosted in Indonesia. And here we find there are so much, a lot of article has been published in Reputation International Journal, and one of them with the title A Conceptual Model, The Impact of Socio-Demographic on Coronary Heart Disease, have been published in International Journal of Scientific Research and Management in 2020, and then the title with the preliminary study of correlation of plasma hemolysis index and potassium measurement in patient of in the Biochemistry Laboratorium of General Hospital Kuala Lumpur has been published in Life Science Medicine and Biomedicine Journal in 2020. Okay, Professor. Then we continue. Let me inform you how the presentation will be going on. First, the presentation of material and continue with a discussion session, and at last is a conclusion. Now allow me to welcome the speaker, Professor Muhammad Nazil Saleh, to deliver the presentation. Your time is 50 minutes, including asking the discussion session. And for the audience, I would like to inform you if you have any question, you can asking directly to Professor Muhammad Nazil by raise your hand in Zoom meeting, or you can type or write your question on the column chat. Okay, Professor, please, time is yours. And ladies and gentlemen, pay attention please. Now we will hear the presentation of Professor Muhammad Nazil. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. Thank you, Dr. Umi Madiana, our moderator for this session today. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the organizer have make it materialize the conference on the third Bakti Tunas Husada Health Science International Conference will be happen today. And also I would like to congratulate the upgrading, I think the college university to the full university for Bakti Tunas Husada Healthcare University. Okay, can we start with the slide, please?
Okay.
Okay, operator will provide you the slide.
Thank you.
All right. Today I would like to share with all of you slightly different from I think last 2 years, because before this we always talking about the COVID-19, but I think 2022 we have to move forward to look what is the best outcome in the innovation medical technology in era IR 4.0, and also very important element on the society 5.0 on the healthcare provider as the pathway in the healthcare workers. Next slide, please. All right, in era millennium, can you in era millennium, I think it's a very important we're talking about to move forward in era industrial, and I believe majority all over the world, country in the world, they look on the integrated between skill and also technology provided. So in this case, you can see from the slide, can you enter the slide? You can see from the very important, we're talking about the combination between the AI, artificial intelligence, and also the others involvement in towards from the IR 4.4 to society 5.0. Next slide. Now we can see the latest revolution, IR 4.0 way forward when we talk about the industrial in this world. Can you play the video? I would like to share with all of you the movement, the era. Ladies and gentlemen, the slide has been shown what I mean the manufacturing revolution in terms of IR 4.0. How about the medical industry in the IR 4.0? So next slide, please. From here, we can see the importance from the ideas, normally people in the labs, okay? And then we create something innovation in terms of what I mean R&D in our laboratory area in terms of the innovation. And then we can create what I mean from the analysis, what I mean from the benchwork, we can look into the what I mean prototype, we look on the critical mass. And from that, we can create the medical industry in linkages with the others, what I mean parameters, and also others discipline in the what I mean in the expertise, for example, like engineering, from the IT, and also the others expertise. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about the medical industrial 4.0, it's a merging of the digital technology and also internet with the conventional industry of the material products. So normally we're talking about from the scientists, whereby they discovered and also look into from the fundamental, for example, like from genomics up to the metabolomics. So from that, we can create something good, what I mean the good outcome or good product for the practical application in the medical technology. Next slide, please. This is an example of the Internet of the medical technology has been available in the world. So we can see from the clinical effectiveness, from the consumer home monitoring, for example, we talk about the fitness, what I mean from the fitness measurement. I believe a lot of people, they have what I mean watch can monitor the heartbeat and also the others. And also we also can detect early detection on the certain disease, which is this is all the what I mean the device already available in the market. Next slide. All right. In era industry 4.0 application in medical field, there is about 12 elements parameter has been explored. So from here, you can see from the patient data analysis is a very important. During the COVID-19, majority people look on the data analysis because integrated between the data analysis and also big data, they can see the the projection, what will be in next 2 or 3 years. They also will be come out with a sensor to the sense of disease, whereby there is a lot of device can detect early detection of the disease. For example, like people using a technique microarray analysis, they can predict how many genes involved in the development of cancer development or carcinogenesis development. This is what I mean the beneficial of the technology in the medical laboratory side. And other things you can see, what I mean, they're using from the medical imaging and also the digital control on the services. Next slide. It's a very important when we're talking about the driven, okay, from the university to industrial. I think in the medical laboratory is a very important. As I mentioned before, we're talking about the reservoir of the knowledge, and then from that you can create the new industry and goes to the tax player, and the end of the day back to the government, and the government using some of the allocation for the basic science in the academic to to share or to give the grants to all the certain university in the world. Okay, you can I believe in Indonesia you have the Ministry of Health can provide some grant on the research activities. Okay, next. Along the way, it's very important for us to have a collaboration between one institution and other institution agency. For example, like people in university more concentrate on research, but we have to engage with the community outreach. and also others, universities and also private enterprise. To the end of the day, we can sell out our product, can be used in the medical technology activities. So from here, you can see from the beginning, we're talking about the translation research, which is a very important. Next slide, please. It's a very important. We translate the research via the core strength in the biomedical science, and then we cooperate from the basic science, human application, clinical application, and finally to clinical practice and also the public impact. This is whereby it's a very important, is needed by the private sector. And the next slide will be the integrated from the basic science to applied science and also the industrial solution and also the production of the research. Next slide, please. All right. As I mentioned, from the basic science up to the industrial science, and it's a very important. Next slide. It's a very important for us to have the three model. Okay, the first model we're talking about from the faculty itself, and then from the faculty we have the cooperation and also the academic exchange to get the knowledge and then to share the experience from the others, either in industrial and also in others universities. And the second will be on the global research. Is a very important to engage with the others researchers from other counterpart, whereby we share the niche area because we can grow the research activity. And finally, the third one is the strategic, the international collaboration with the reportable university to ensure that the branding will be initiated during that time. Next slide. This is the example where we have right now in my universities. We have a collaboration between the Ready Lab diagnostic, which is we're focusing on the diagnostic services to the public, whereby we concentrate on the COVID-19 test. So for the time being, we have more than 10,000 analyses. We run more than 1,000 cases a day, and it's a part we generate income through the medical technology services. Next slide. It's a very important to look on the WHO, because whatever we do, the end of the day, we have to collaborate, and also we have to look the aims of the SDG already set by the WHO. That's why it's a very important we look on the SDG to cooperate on the Society 5.0. Next slide. All right, this is very important. We have about 17 SDG goals. I believe in Indonesia, in Malaysia, we have the same goals. We're talking about the SDG. And it's very important to look on the SDG number 3 and also SDG number 8. Next. All right. Okay. We can see the impact of the COVID-19. A lot of people lost of the job, and then majority, about 255 million full-time jobs already gone. However, during this kind of the pandemics, the Society 5.0 is a very important. Next slide is the way in 2025 the SDG projection more on to use employment and also implementation, and I believe it's a very important for us to look on the skill and also employability of the graduates. Next slide. All right, this is a part of the very important element. We look on the use of the topic that lacking in the workplace, whereby we have to look on the skill important for the future work we're talking about the readiness skill, soft skills, technical skills, and also entrepreneurial skill. This is all the very important Society 5.0 to make it the product of the medical laboratory will be hands-on and more entrepreneurial and also capabilities. Next slide. Besides that, during the COVID-19 last 2 years, everyone moving forward to look in the digital transformation. I believe majority of the university using the digital technology, using the virtual classroom, even though like today, we have the virtual conference whereby we can share the knowledge, we can share the experience, we can share the important elements and also the education. Next slide. Whereby it's a very important we look on the nature of the Society 5.0, cooperate with the digital technology, way forward in this era. I think during this time, many companies try to create a new ideas and materialize, combine with the Society 5.0. Because if we don't have the Society 4.0, we can the end of the day, the world or the people more focused to be like robotics. Okay, next slide. So this is the problem, the issue. So we looking for the people with the skill professional. Even though we have a digital technology, but the skill, the competency people with the skill of the technology is a very important. We see the first the cartoon mentioned about the operation, but they cannot do because everything using the technology. So we have to cooperate between the skill and also the technology will be aligned during this era. Next slide. So from here we can see it's a very important projection and also the pathway from we change the IR 4.0 and then we have to look what is the different in the future and finally what kind of the skill required in cooperate with the Society 4.0 and also IR 4.0 because I believe majority industrial either in processing industrial or medical industrial or even though in medical technology they are using the robotics and also the technology. Next slide. So this is a very important, we can see from here is about 5 elements is very important. As I mentioned before, we're talking about to calculate the workplace readiness and then to enhance more on the soft skills. Technical skills is very important. People work in the lab. So even though you have a new machine, a new apparatus with all the technology, but you have to understand about the technical skills. You have to familiar with all the device to ensure that the result that we produce is accurate and reliable. On top of that, I think one element is very important that we have to produce the graduates or the medical with the entrepreneurial skill. We not produce people working either in government or in the private. Sometimes we have to produce people with the entrepreneurial thinking whereby they can cooperate all the technology that they have, that the experience can be as an entrepreneur. And finally, we're talking about the lifelong learning because it's a very important, at this point, you can see like majority all the country in the world, they have like people after graduate, they are working. Then after that, they continue their study for the higher degree level. So this is very important that we have the lifelong learning exposure. Next slide. This is others element skill that's very important. We're talking about the connective analytical. We're talking about the processes. We're talking about the content skill, and also we're talking about the physical abilities. Because the combination of four elements, we can produce five big elements is a very important in the medical laboratory science. For example, we're talking about the system skills, which is people using the big data to massage all the data from the bench work up to the analysis of the data. Next slide. And finally, we're talking about the Society 5.0. This is what we're looking for. Vitality and also the high quality of life. When we combine between the IR 4.0 and Society 5.0, we can have a balanced economy, advancement with the resolution of the social problems, and also we can provide very good services among the generation. And before I end the presentation, let me see this video. It's a very important, and I think this is the world way forward next up to 2030, I believe, if we follow on the SDG guidelines from WHO. Can you share the video?
This is Maria and her partner, Ruben. Before their day even starts, they are providing a detailed snapshot of their health and wellness to their network. Maria slept great, but Ruben, who has a history of depression and anxiety, tossed and turned all night. Data from his neuroendocrine system shows a spike in cortisol. That may be a sign that he could be headed for a significant depressive episode. So, before he's even awake, his network has placed time in his busy schedule that day to talk with a virtual therapist about ways to reduce his stress. 20 years from now, radically interoperable data and open and secure platforms will allow consumers to own their own journey of health, providing them with a holistic, real-time view of themselves and their environment. A system in which personalized experiences that are highly tailored to one's preferences and needs are the norm, not the exception, and where care and services can be accessed quickly and seamlessly. Consumers are increasingly willing to share their personal data through wearable technology, smart appliances in the home, and even with the home itself. This vast pool of data forms the basis of their personal health profiles, so that changes or deviations can be detected and addressed immediately. This information empowers consumers to take control of their well-being in ways that were impossible in the past, whether it's proactively heading off depressive episodes for Ruben or getting Maria her time-released antihistamine well ahead of a high pollen day. This data also provides more opportunities than ever to glean novel insights into the health of entire communities and to enable research and scientific breakthroughs at a rate that will only increase exponentially as technology continues to evolve and to integrate into our daily lives. Tailoring care individually based on ever-advancing capabilities to capture, interpret, and act on near-perfect data in real time is a radical change. This change will require a complete rebuild of today's healthcare system and the collaboration of several actors, some old and many new. Those with deep roots in care delivery must ask themselves how they can use data and technology to transform what well-being and care delivery means. Players in the health ecosystem will include non-traditional ones. For example, those focused on the data platforms and tools that enable this new model of health. And regulators, financiers, and intermediaries will all play a new role in this new vision. Disruptive thinking and a commitment to emerging technology are more important than ever before, because the future isn't as far off as it seems. In fact, it's at your very fingertips.
Okay, this is, I believe, is the next, the future. And before I end my presentation, it's a very important as a quick, reminder to everyone. We are still in the COVID pandemic, maybe towards the endemic. So I believe I want to share with everyone. Make sure wash your hand, cover mask, and also keep your, distance. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you, everyone, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Nazil. Such a it's a informative and interesting presentation. Thank you, and I think today the university should be create more innovative, especially in research, to support and provide the development of the technology. Okay.
Yes.
Next session, we will come to the discussion section, and here I found the question, and for the audience you could asking directly to the professor, and while waiting the question, I found here the question. Let me read the question. Okay. Professor, I found here there are three questions from the audience.
Okay.
Okay. First question is about, in accordance to the development of science and technology, the role of human can be replaced by machine or robot in the future. How to control the quality to ensure the accuracy of the medical examination?
Right. I think it's a very good question and very futuristic application later on. I believe the percentage, even though the world move on the IR 4.0, but the human touch and also the analyze the data should be come from human. It's not from from the machine or robotics. But using the machine or robotics, they will be help us in terms of assessing the process, not to making the decision. Okay. The end of the day, as I mentioned in my slide, it's a very important combination between the technology IR 4.0 and also the competency of the skill. Okay, that's why it's a very important. For example, like we look on the surgery. For example, like heart surgery. For example, last time is I think about 20 hours operation. Now this is about only 3 hours. They are using the robotic, but the skills and also the technical come from the human. So I think the end of the day is a very important understanding combination between human and also IR 4.0 will be linked together actually.
Okay, thank you, Professor. It's mean that not all the rule could be placed by machine. Okay.
We need the competency or the technical skill. Humans. To conduct and also to analyze the data. It's not the robots.
Okay, that's why.
Even though I believe, for example, when we're talking about the eye contact, patient and doctors, eye contact is very important. Rather than like robots, they can express their feelings.
Yes.
Like human, you can see the way how our feelings, our emotion between interaction between one people to another people.
Yes, that's why the robot doesn't have human feeling.
And yeah,
And the responsible of
exactly.
universities should have create a graduate which
Yeah,
have innovative technology and competency also. Okay. Okay,
exactly.
Professor,
Yeah.
it's a nice answer. And for the audience, is there any question? Please, you can use in the Zoom meeting. There are raise hand. You can use. You can asking directly to Professor, or you could writing or typing your question in the column chat. Please. Okay, here we found Sabira. Okay, good morning, Sabira.
Good morning.
Okay, please you can asking directly to the speaker.
I want to ask you, Professor, like human and technology can be like collaborated on medical examination to get high result. Which should be favored, human competency or technology? In general defense.
Okay,
Uh,
could you hear the
can,
question?
can moderator can
Okay, I will
moderator
repeat.
repeat the question because it's a bit
Okay.
the sound like there is an echo. I
Yes.
can't hear clearly. Can you repeat for me, please?
Okay, I will provide the question here. The question, if I'm not mistaken, human and instrument or technology can be collaborated on a medical examination to get high result. Which should be preferred, human competency or instrument? Is this the question, Sabira?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, Professor.
All right. Thank you, Savira. I think it's a very tricky question, actually. Okay, we're talking about the human and also machine. When we're talking about the competency, what I mean, effectiveness using human and also machine. There is, what I mean, bias between when we're talking about the machine and also human, because sometimes if you not calibrate properly your machine, the result also can be error. And if we not provide a good technical human skill, they also can produce the error in the result. So I believe it's a combination between highly competency technical skill, what I mean biomedical medical technologies, and also the latest what I mean device or equipment can be helped in terms of good what I mean result, okay, or can give a very good production what I mean projection in terms of the result analysis. This is a very important because, for example, like we mentioned about people using in the early detection of cancer, for example, they're using microarray technology. So we need a people, we need a human to analyze, to massage all the big data to understand the mechanism. But I don't think so. Machine can predict what people want, right? So I think it's a very important. I can't say device is number one and human is number two, but I believe human is what I mean is the best. I mean in terms of come out with the result and also analyze the data actually. Did I answer the question?
Okay, thank you,
Sabira?
Professor. And Sabira, I think it's enough.
Yes, answer.
Okay, as
Right,
information, Professor Sabira, she is a student of Medical Technology Laboratory, Bakti Tuna Susada University. Thank you, Sabira. Okay, the next question, please, for the audience, if you have any question, you can asking directly or typing the question on the column chat, please. Okay. Is there any question? Okay, while waiting, Professor, I think it's like a cultural shock at the preliminary because maybe some of employer has a shock at the at the first because their competency will be replaced with a machine, and as we know that in the pandemic area 22 million people has losing their job, and they can imagine in the future if their competency could be replaced with machine robot. I think it's a problem also not only for employer but also in some country, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, but we have to adapt it and well adapt it, I guess, because in the future we cannot obey, but it will be happen gitu. So we have to prepare early. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, thank you. Is there any question, audience, please? Okay, the time is 5 minutes left. So the last question, Professor, I found here the question is there are several ways to develop ourselves. One of them is cooperating with other. I think it's important, yeah, such as institution where you already have to powerful resource. I mean here in a graduate student, both in terms of human resource or tool. How about your opinion? What we can offer to the other parties if in terms of our tools or instrument and science still needed to be developed?
Right. Okay. It's a good question. As I mentioned in my slide before, it's a very important that we have networking. We have, the collaboration. Even though, and as you mentioned in the question, saying that the equipment is not up to date, but this is a very important that we have a collaboration between one institution with the other institution, and also from one agency to other agency. This is the way forward that we can upgrade it in terms of the quality, in terms of the competency, and also in terms of the research. For example, like us in our institution, we have about 20 nowadays. We have about 20 RT-PCR machine, because the end of the day, because this is very important for us to analyze the data, because due to the COVID-19, and all the data that we have, we share with the others in the institution to make it a big data, and we can produce a good quality of the paper or publication. That is another thing. And I believe during the era millennium, the important things to cooperate with the entrepreneur, because I don't think so like we have to produce a medical technology only work in the lab, for example, or in the research, but we also try to produce the graduates with the entrepreneurial the entrepreneurs thinking, whereby they also can do the innovation of their own products and then sell out to the public. Maybe they can work with the others enterprise, for example. Okay, this is a very important, because people always thinking, okay, after I graduate, I want to work with this company, but during this era, I don't think so. Even though I think many people, I think especially ladies, now they are working from home, selling many things through the IT technology, right? So this is a part of, but we can think as the higher institution, maybe to change, rather than, working in the lab, but we can also translate other things in other platform, for example. So that is a very important to produce a young generation with the new ideas and also new like paradigm shift to the new things is a very important.
Thank you, Professor Nazil. It's for the informative answer. Thank you so much. As information, the last question is from Abdul. He is a Bhakti Tuna Susada University student from Medical Laboratory Technology. Thank you. Okay, I think it's close to the end because the time it's nearly over. The time so flies, yeah, Professor. But I think it's a really interactive discussion, and I hope that in the future we can arrange the event not only in a conference, but I think some like in visiting lecturer from Professor.
Definitely.
Yes.
Actually, I want to show the last slide because we have a new campus. They call the city campus. It's a very nice campus in the capital of Kuala Lumpur. So you can see from our new campus the whole Kuala Lumpur actually.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, finally come to the end of panel session. Before closing this panel, I would like to take a conclusion from what the speaker has presented. It is highly important for us, the collaboration research and networking for commercialization of research products as a step towards an entrepreneurial university in era of revolution industry, 4.0 society, 5.0 on the healthcare industry. I would like to thank you so much to the speaker for the informative and interesting presentation, the Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil Saleh, and also all the participants for the very active participation. Finally, please give up the applause for the speaker today, Professor Muhammad Nazil, and for you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone. Keep safe and healthy everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay, have a good day, Professor. But before, okay, but before leave, please, that the next session, I will return to the host, Mrs. Anissa. Mrs. Anissa, please, the time is yours. Wait a minute, Professor. As information, we would like to take a picture together, and for the next step is for the giving of certificate.
Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Okay.
Mrs. Anissa, please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dr. Optima. We say thank you, Mr. Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazil Saleh as a keynote speech, and Mrs. Dr. Optima as a moderator for the information and knowledge is very interactive. Okay, before we end this session, we as a committee will give you a virtual certificate and let us to take in a process together. So please welcome to Mr. Dr. Saiful Amit as the Vice Rector to give a virtual certificate.
Siap. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks to Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir Saleh. We highly respect for you. We thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking time out of your busy schedule to be a speaker in our conference. Your presence help enlarge our cause in best possible way. Thanks to your enlightening presentation that inspired so many participants. Thank you for your brightening up our conference and refreshing all our spirit. We look forward to our next interaction and collaboration soon, and we wish you all the best for our interaction and collaboration in future. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir Saleh. If you have another schedule, you can leave this meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Announcement for all the audience. This time is a break session. While the break session, we will show you a poster until the second topic begin. So we have 1 hour 30 minutes to a break time. And we will start again in 1 p.m. So enjoy your break session, and this is our poster.
Universitas Husada University Tasikmalaya. BTH University is a transformation from Health Science College of Bakti Tunas Husada with degree of the Ministry Culture and Education number 547 dated December 15, 2021. And here we are. In 1993, this higher education started with nursing academic. In 1996, health analyst academic was established. BTH Health Science College has a new academic program. They
with our poster in the break session. So please join us again in 1 p.m. Oke, kepada semua peserta, kami harapkan untuk kepada semua peserta, nanti akan ada sesi kedua, pembicara kedua mengenai refraksi optisi. Diharapkan pada pukul 12:30 sudah berkumpul kembali di Zoom meeting. Sekali lagi kepada seluruh peserta, nanti pada pukul 12:30 atau 12:30 akan ada keynote speech kedua atau pembicara kedua mengenai refraksi optisi. Diharapkan untuk berkumpul kembali pada pukul 12:30. Akhirnya poster. Sekarang lagi break. 1 hour. Ayo ibu bapak sambil istirahat makan siang udah ada. So all participants please join us in meeting in main session in the second main session. Please join us in the second main session.
Assalamualaikum, Profesor Zaki. Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam. Boleh dengar ke?
Ada Prof.
Ya.
How are you, Prof?
Alhamdulillah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum
Good afternoon,
warahmatullahi.
Prof. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
We start at 1:30, Prof.
Ya, insyaallah. I will join in another 15 minutes.
Oh yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Now we are still break, Prof. We will start again at 1:30. Yeah, 12:30.
Ya, insyaallah. Sure.
Thank you, Prof.
Yang biasa telah hilang, sirna disapu kelam. Salahkah aku tinggalkan kamu? Oh, apakah dirimu memang benar aku cinta? Dan kaulah satu-satunya. Lalu kenapa diriku jatuh tercipta untuknya, bukan untukmu. Ini kisah tanpa pisah, gugur satu bunga di taman hati. Oh salahkah aku tinggalkan kamu? Oh, apakah dirimu memang benar aku cinta, dan kaulah satu-satunya. Lalu kenapa diriku jatuh hati kepadanya? Maaf bila ku tercipta untuknya, bukan untukmu. Aku sangka Allah yang terbaik,
Ini poster.
yang melukis senyumku. Telah ku coba, namun sayangnya ku tak mampu pertahankan runtuh dinding hatiku. Apakah dirimu memang benar aku cinta, dan kaulah satu-satunya. Lalu maaf bila
After performing foot exercise in diabetic patients. The database used were Google Scholar, ProQuest, and etc. The keywords used in English and Indonesian are food sensitivity, risk of naturopathy, and diabetic foot exercise. The year of the article is limited from 2010 until 2020. The article, which is related to the effectiveness of diabetic foot exercise therapy on food sensitivity, are empirical researches that published in the last 5 years. The entire article states that diabetic foot exercise, which are carried out in 6 weeks in a frequency of 20 until 30 minutes every day, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and etc. The keywords used in English and Indonesian are food sensitivity, risk of naturopathy, and diabetic foot exercise. The year of the article is limited from 2010 until 2020. The article, which is related to the effectiveness of diabetic foot exercise therapy on food sensitivity, are empirical researches that published in the last 5 years. The entire article states that diabetic foot exercise, which are carried out in 6 weeks in a frequency of 20 until 30 minutes every day, are effective for maintaining food sensitivity in diabetes mellitus patients, so that the risk of diabetic ulcer can be minimized by doing this exercise. Thank you. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I hope this presentation can be useful for all, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Here I go to make the presentation. Diagnostic potential of template is the function of biological
Tempe is a functional food that is highly beneficial to health due to its high concentration of nutrients and bioactive components. The main of the fermentor is Oligosporus, Rhizopus oligosporus, but the microbe composition is very complex, consists of fungi, yeast, lactic acid bacteria, and other bacteria. Tempe is one of traditional food as a source of probiotics. The other traditional food consists of probiotics such as yogurt, fermented milk, probiotic is very good for increasing.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Tofani Sri, and with my team, Nuri Handayani, did the research antioxidant test of Binahong Andredera cordifolia tenstinis leaves the cocta using the BTH method. We are come from Diploma in Pharmacy program, Tasikmalaya Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health, Jalan Cilolohan 35, Tasikmalaya, Indonesia. Air pollution is an example of a source of free radicals. Other sources of free radicals are toxin, excessive sun exposure, cigarette smoke, fried foods, and certain medication. Free radicals are molecules that contain one or more unpaired electrons. In the body, free radicals can become highly reactive compounds by binding to molecular electrons in body cells due to the presence of unpaired electrons in free radical compounds. The purpose of this study was to determine antioxidant activity of binahong leaves, the cocta, using the BTH method. This research uses laboratory experimental methods. The sample in this study was some of the leaves of the fresh binahong, Andredera cordifolia tenstinis leaves. The results show that binahong leaves, the cocta, had very weak antioxidant activity against DPPH with an IC50 value of 15,400 ppm. Introduction. Antioxidants are needed to prevent oxidative stress, which plays an important role in the etiology of various degenerative diseases. Free radical compounds are always present in human daily life. Various natural ingredients native to Indonesia contain many antioxidants with various active ingredients. The use of natural ingredients native to Indonesia as antioxidant is needed to improve the quality of public health at a relatively affordable cost. The leaves of the binahong plant, Andredea cordifolia tenstinis, contain compounds of alkaloid, flavonoids, saponin, terpenoid, and ascorbic acid which have antioxidant activity. The method of this research, that are collection of plants, washing and processing of plants, and then
Dear audience, now we will invite the second keynote speech in the fractional optical with the topic Commercialization of Research-Based Products, a research ecosystem for researchers, which will be delivered by Associate Professor Muhammad Zaki Awi Isa, PhD, Master of Science, and Mr. Itman Milataka as the moderator. Time is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Prof. Zaki. How are you?
Good afternoon. Alhamdulillah, I'm good. How about you?
I'm
nice to meet you again.
Before to start the presentation, maybe you need help to start share screen or by personal. Maybe for share screen for material, Prof.
Yeah, if allowed, I would like to take care of my slide.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the second keynote speech session by the next speaker from Selangor, Malaysia. I'm Itman Milataka as the moderator. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you this session. I want to say thank you very much to Master of Ceremony with giving me time and change in this beautiful moment. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Isa, Master of Science, PhD. He is one of the optometrists in Department of Optometry, Faculty of Health and Life Sciences, Management Science, University, Selangor, Malaysia. He has received his bachelor degree in optometry at University Kebangsaan Malaysia in 1996, taken his master degree still the same there in 2003, and taken his Doctor of Philosophy at Management and Science University Malaysia in 2013. And he's now as Director, Center of Excellence for Vision and Eye Care from Management and Science University from January 2021 until now. And he's Director of MSU A Center, Management and Science University 2013 until now, and Head of Department Optometry and Vision Science, Faculty of Health and Life Sciences, Management and Science University, Malaysia 2010 until 2020. And from the publication has a total quantity 28 journal and one book or chapter in book, and there is list 10 significant journal publication. The first maybe I sequence Safa Najah Saud, Lili Suryazna Raya, Muhammad Irsyad, dan Prof. Muhammad Zaki Isa from year 2021 with the topic Smart Navigation for Blind and Vision Environment, Advance in Intelligent and Information System, volume 1321121. Okay. Before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. Duration of each presentation is 45 minutes. And first, Mr. Dr. Professor Muhammad Zaki will be invited to present the material, and after that, there will be question and answer session in 15 minutes. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Isa, Master of Science, PhD, to deliver his presentation. To Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, is it my voice clear to everyone?
Yes.
Can I check? Is it my voice clear to everyone?
Yes.
Sounds clear.
Okay, good. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank to the organizing committee, especially the BTH University, for inviting me to giving talks in this prestigious conference. Before I start my talking, I would like first of all to congratulate to the committee as well as to the BTH for upgrading from the speakers to the university. That's very amazing milestone, which is I have experienced as well 10 years ago when I'm joining the Management and Science University from College, University of Management and Science, to the full fledged of Management Science University. It's very interesting journey for all of you. I congratulate to the management of the BTH University. Secondly, I would like to call welcome to all the participants joining this conference. And then this is the third BTH Hard Science International Conference with the themes of commercialization as a step to the university entrepreneur university. So it's very interesting topics. I'm also have a less experience in this area. I'm still learning too. And then hopefully that my little sharing today is going to benefit the what I call the researchers within the university as well as the students those involved in the research degree for postgraduate as well as the graduate undergraduate studies. Currently, I'm the director of MSU Eye Center as well as the Center of Excellence for Vision and Eye Care. A little bit maybe because the limited curriculum detail that I share to the committee. So Mr. Optima Milataka just read a few. Just I would like to share with you. Currently, I involved in the developing the program to ensure that the Center for Vision and Eye Care is going to develop the commercialization as well as research that's driven to the research collaboration as well as research commercialization. So hopefully my sharing this afternoon is going to benefit to of everyone, including myself. Okay, before we continue, I just would like to share a little bit of content for my talking. I'm going to share a little bit about the overview related to the commercialization, and then what is the importance of the commercialization, some definitions of the commercialization, and then why we need to transform from the research, academic research, or lab research, clinical research to the commercialization component. And then this research goal is very important in the era of many changing in the paradigm shift that hopefully that's going to benefit, especially called the BTH University and MSU, because I still consider management and science university are still young in this era. A little bit sharing on the research and development, what we are supposed to do in research, right up from the student research up to the commercialization research. And then I would like to focus a little bit on this talking or my talking on the research ecosystem, which is I'm like to share with all of the participants my experience in developing the research ecosystem from the beginning of the journey to the commercialization component. And then I'd like to a little bit sharing on the guide to research commercialization component. Before I start, I would like to put a disclaimer. This set of slides are my own, and anything that I take into pictures or sometimes the quotation and so on is provided by me, except that I stated the sources, the open sources information. And then this may intended for using for future editing or not. That will be a benefit to the audience. Okay, let me have some idea about the what when we're talking about the commercialization, we need to have some things to commercialize. So that the we call the products or services. So these product or services must be produced by the researcher and then to make available into the on the market so that this product can be used by the community and as well as to benefit the entire population or community. So this commercialization process is very important to ensure that the product to be developed and then ready to be commercialized. And then little bit when we're talking about the commercialization, I'm going to sharing a little bit about the what we call a definitions and focusing on the commercialization definition by the researcher in the academia. So the academician's behavior toward research commercialization can be defined as a planned activities or acts which require academicians to be entrepreneurial. So in this one is being defined by one of the Malaysian researcher published in the Elsevier journal by 2020. Because this is a very important idea for the researcher to ensure that anything they act or they try to provide the activity involving the research need to have a mindset that this component of research can be commercialized in the future. So with that mindset, anything behavior involved by the researcher is need to be well planned. Okay, just a little bit to recap some of our story. Globally, we are talking about the changing. If we listen to the this morning talking by the Prof. Muhammad in the morning, we're talking about the IR 4.0 as well as society, smart society 5.0. And then this worldwide actually moving from the agricultural base to the knowledge based industry or competency, or we call the commitment of changing from the we call agricultural base to the knowledge base led by the private enterprise or private practice. So this is a very important era whereby the we are in the era whereby the Internet of Things as well as the artificial intelligence is very in the peak season, and then we are exposed very well to that component. Due to that reason, so the enterprising paradigm shift really hit the university, whereby the researcher needs to think about when they are doing research, they need to think about the possibility or potential of the research to be commercialized. So this is a very important element because with this paradigm shift, we can thinking about the competition increasing, okay, in between the nations as well as the community, as well as to ensure that the sustainability can be achieved at the different level of society. Okay, a little bit sharing regarding the academic experience at an MSU to the commercialization that I are involved. Just a little bit sharing of my experience regarding this is when I in the 2012 we are creating the prevention of blindness project in MSU, And then from the prevention of blindness project as part of the community engagement, so which is we are looking into of trying to reduce the prevalence of blindness among the society in Malaysia. We are developed the ecosystem involve the improvements of the teaching and learning to the 21st century learning, that incorporations of the outcome-based education. So whereby these projects help the students to learn better, and then they also have opportunity to integrate the theory and practice at the same time. And then we are focusing on the outcome-based education. So this project involve the from the community vision screening, involve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in terms of interventions of clinical component and CSR. We are providing the research that can be commercialized. The development of equipment can be used for the better screening using the IoT as using on the technology, including the tele eye health. So we also produce the training to the community to empower them so that they can taking care of their eye health issues. And then we are engaged with the industry researcher to develop the equipment and many more to enhance the research as well as the learning, so that the what we call it clinical intervention and early diagnosis can be done, because we know that the prevention, the blindness or eye health issue, normally patient or people come to the clinic at the late stage. So we are thinking about the early detection using the IoT as well as the artificial intelligence. So through this ecosystem, we try to sustain the development and then also develop the financial what we call the income to the center as well as the university to help to sustain the financial as well the existence of the university. So when we are talking about the research goal, we are talking about it depends on the institution. So sometimes the research goal come from the top. When we're talking about the university, maybe come from the top university management, or it come from the researcher from the bottom. So that's the research goal provide. So why we need to develop a very solid research-based product goal, because this is increase the competitive edge to the university. That will provide opportunity for the university to develop a new program, a new knowledge, and then expand the knowledge base so that the people or students come to the university and join the program, and then researchers have an opportunity to extend their research boundary, and then later on to help the institution in terms of the better purpose, value, and financial sustainability. In terms of innovations, the researcher can create and expand the market segment so that the community will get the benefits. So why we need to commercialize the research-based product? Because one of the things that we need to do is to transfer the knowledge from the research component to the community so that the community will get the benefits. It also provides the opportunity to boost or to enhance the social and economic impacts to the community, increase recognition for the researcher, and then become a leader in their own field. Also to draw the funding opportunity to the university or institution that will benefit the future development and research activity, and also to increase the research output, and then the end of the day is going to provide a better financial assistance when the product can be commercialized. So when we're talking about academic institution in terms of R&D, it's actually the ultimate goal is to converting the science into wealth, okay, and then help the community to get a better quality of life, and also to prolong the longevity or to extend the life longer, okay, and then to provide the opportunity for the academics to collaborate the industry, and then they are transform the research into a better what we call the product, so that the community business will be benefit as well as the community as a whole. So transformations from the academia through the collaboration with industry and technology transfer is very important in the R&D at the academic institution, and then this is need to be a priority, because this also is going to increase the branding and reputations or recognitions of the institution or academic institution in the entire world. So when we are talking about the research commercialization, we need to little bit know about the research innovation. So there are 4 categories of research innovations. That could be one we call the product innovation. It could be the process innovations as well as marketing innovations, and then the organization innovation. It depends on the focus of the researcher. They might involved in the research innovations at different levels. So whether they have a product, for example, we currently during the COVID-19, we do not have, for example, like innovation in terms of diagnostics, testing and whatnot. But nowadays we are many manufacturers or health manufacturers produce kits and so on to come up with a product innovation for COVID-19 testing. But however, we also can involve in the process innovation, whereby we can improve significantly the existing products in many ways. So that could be done as a part of the research innovation. So how are we going to build the research ecosystem when we are talking about the commercialization? So I have believe that Indonesia has create at the level, nation level or university level in terms of research ecosystem, but I'm going to share a few things. So when we are talking about the research ecosystem for researcher, I'm suggesting that not limited to these 5, but 5 C's is one of the goods for start, especially when we are involved, when we are in the early stage of the research commercialization. One is we need to make sure that the research culture can be imparted across the university. We need to produce the research core team, research collaboration, research communication, and research commercialization. So when we're talking about research culture, we have to make sure that across the university must provide the platform for impacting research mindset across the academic program, so that the students and the researcher have a very clear mindset regarding the research, and then what are they are heading. So this is a very important research culture at the department level as well as the institutional level. Also, within this, the institution needs to create the key research area whereby the talent of researcher can be focused and gathered to put under the key research area within the university, and then develop the focus and then improvise that one. So research exposure, research training, and so on and so forth need to be developed, and then research activity platform needs to be complete, and then provide the framework so that the university has a very clear component of research that determine the outcome for commercialization. the few things that we are involved currently in the hard science, from the translational science and literary science, we can involve in the translational research, medicine, clinical research, clinical therapy, and many more in terms of developing a new methods, new concepts, new equipment, new theories, new biomarkers, and so on and so forth. For example, biomarkers is one of the new feeding because in future we are talking about the personalized medication or personalized treatment. One of the things that we can think about in the future. The second thing about C is a core team. We need to develop the research groups, research team leading the disciplines, also the research team interdisciplinary within the university community, multidisciplinary research team within the community, as well as outside the university. That needs to be developed. So my little bit sharing, for example, we are developed for blindness prevention as one of the key area in MSU. And then in this picture, we are a group of researchers. We are involved in the competition. We won the gold medal for Asia as well as the local regarding the providing the what we call research activity, as well as provide opportunity for the development of new methods in vision screening. So this example how the core team research need to be developed within the university. The third one is the collaboration, research project collaboration, industry collaboration, and community collaboration. In terms of research project collaboration, there are a few things that are very important. One is the researcher initiative, which is come from the bottom. Also, we can come from the university initiative, whereby maybe the university are looking for the industry, government, and international grant. That the university aim and then invite the researcher to be part of that project. And then this collaboration is very useful to enhance the university research component. In terms of industry collaboration, this is one of the another element of focus that university in the NSU context, we are focusing more on this because in order for us to bridge from the academic research to commercialization, the industry needs to come into pictures so that the research funding, research support, and the partnerships in commercialization of the product can be taken into very good opportunity or very good method or model. This is other best practice for university partnership suggested by the many researchers, that including the involvement of the government and industry. So as a young research university that looking for the industrial or entrepreneurial university, so this partnership or tripartite partnership must be developed from the beginning, and then the ecosystem needs to be developed in the proper way. So in terms of community collaboration, in order for us to test it and then make sure that the research can be accepted by the community, we need to provide a knowledge transfer program into the community whenever the research component is established. Including the collaboration with NGOs, communities, outreach research, as well as community funding. So one of the community collaboration that's very useful for the university is when they get the crowdfunding or the community funding to commercialize their research product that's going to benefit the community as a whole. The fourth component in the research ecosystem for researcher is to establish a research communication through the research publication, research competitions, technology transfers, UNSDG development goals, as well as to provide the community enhancements through empowering the community through the research activity or research project collaboration. So this is a very important component for the young university involved in the research, targeting to commercialize their research product. In terms of research commercialization, we need to make sure that the product is being tested, well accepted in the local and international market, and then have a very good potential to to be marketed in the community. And then the commercialization process needs to be take place, need to be provided, and then need to be created. Okay, and then the most important part within the research commercialization is to provide entrepreneurship ecosystem to make sure that the researcher can become entrepreneur, and then commercialize their product. A few steps in the product testing from the generation idea up to the commercialization, monitoring, and evaluation process is very important in this what we call the components of research activity during the commercialization of the research product. We also, in terms of a commercialization process, the institutions or academic institution can be divided into a few phases, as shown here, and then to make sure that the low, what we call the low components of failure and success of the commercialization component. So we are talking about we are at the beginning to make sure that the success is very good opportunity, and then we have to make sure that the low risk can be done here, and then we have to make sure that the end of the commercialization is going to improve and then provide the product or services that can be highly commercialized. In terms of research ecosystem, we have to make sure that these elements, I'm not limited to this, but some of guidelines to this is to make sure that this ecosystem needs to be built up within the institution so that the components of the research can be enhanced for the academic program as well as the income for the through the commercialization activity. Okay, for guide to the research commercialization, few components the university or the institutions need to be established their research guide for commercialization, including the research innovation or invention disclosure, research consideration and material transfer agreement, and so on. In terms of legal and also the business part need to be established. In terms of the patents, in terms of the asset company, as well as how the funding is coming, conflict of interest, as well as the revenue distribution. So this guideline is very important to be set up at the beginning so that the researcher, those are involved in the product development, which is thinking about commercialize their product, must have a very clear mindset and process about how to commercialize their product. To share the roadmap to success, we need to learn in an easy way, not to stress ourselves, but we need to make sure that the things can be into consideration, and then we have to have a risk assessment to make sure that the project can be a success. We need to know about the threat and pitfalls about the product, whether it can be commercialized or not. And then we are trying to avoid learning in the hard way, because through our experience as well as the research, sharing with the industry, collaboration, we can avoid the failure or avoid the learning how to commercialize the product in the hard way. And then sometimes we need to be realistic in terms of whether this product can be commercialized or not. Sometimes we have to have a research market, whether this is very useful or not to the market. But I do believe that the every single product can be commercialized in a different way or in different platforms. So it's really cost a millions of dollars of money to use. We are talking, but we also rewarding what we call the component when we're talking about the commercialization. In the since we have a lot of what we call a platform for us to learn, so we can try to minimize the failure by avoiding the trial and error through learning, the collaboration and partnership with the other institutions and industry. That is going to help the young researcher as well as the inventor to commercialize their product. So as a summary, for researcher to commercialize their research product or products, these are the summary that I share with all of you to make sure that we're going to have the sustainable research product that can be commercialized, and we're going to we call it channel the income for financial sustainability for the institution as well as the university. So from the creation to ideas in terms of the up to the facilities and support. So that's very important for the researcher to have a clear mindset as well as the research process, so that they have a better commitment as well as a clear idea whether the product can be commercialized and or not. And then this is going to lead to the success of the commercialization. So I'm going to end my presentation from the quotation from Neil Armstrong. It is a one small step for man, but it's going to be a one giant leap for mankind. So even though sometimes we think our innovations or our research is very very small, and then we are worried or we are scared, okay, whether this is going to benefit or not to the community. But believe me or trust, anything that we do in improving the mankind or community quality of life, enhance their health status and so on, that is going to be a very useful step, and that's very big contribution. So by that, I would like to end my slide. Thank you very much for your attention. I pass to the MC for Optima. Thank you very much for listening.
Dr.
Hello?
Mazaki,
Yeah.
Master of
Yes.
Science PhD, for giving us such informative and very, very interesting information. Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. If you have any question, you can raise hand directly to Prof. Zaki, or you types in column chat Zoom. I'd like to have 2 or 3 questions from the participant, please.
We say thank you very much.
Any question?
We say thank you very much for associate professor.
Okay.
Is the associate professor?
From chat Zoom, we have one question from Adam Kahfi. Assalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, nice to meet you, Professor. Let me introduce myself. My name is Adam. I'm an optometry student from BTH University. I have a question. So, Professor, what do you think about the optometry development in terms of education and research in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia? Do you think we have good enough optometry researches and publications? Because as much as I know, we still even don't have our own journal of optometry. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe that's my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adam, for the very good questions. Okay, uh, actually, optometry examination science in the social sector is very interesting part. I think it's very young, and then not many area is established. If you look into the Malaysia itself, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, and Philippines, or in the region, many things that can be done in terms of research and as well as education. So, in my knowledge, as far as there is no, I agree with you, there is no journal of optometry, but I have started in collaboration with the Asia Optometry Congress, the association in the Asia, that we already established one journal called Journal of Optometry, Eye and Heart Research, which is I established in the 2019, and then we now welcome the papers, the what we call publication for all the researchers from all Asia as well as Southeast Asia to publish the article. But when we are looking about the specific research, since we have two things in the optometry field and vision science field in Southeast Asia. One is the clinical research. One is the what we call the common research. Okay, so we have a lot of things to be done in terms of the research. For example, in the binocular visions, in the contact lenses, low vision, clinical optometry, diabetics related the eye problems, glaucoma research, and many more. So all those things are still what we call the new, and then not many data available, including in Malaysia. For example, I have one of the postgraduate students from Indonesia studying some of the binocular vision research in the Aceh, looking at the binocular vision problems among school children in Aceh. So we found that the undiagnosed, undetected eye binocular vision problem is very huge, more than 58% in terms of the binocular vision problem. That's very big or broad spectrum of research in the vision and optometry in the Southeast Asia. That's very, very interesting things. And then I welcome those are interested to join in research. We have a good, and then maybe I can declare we're going to have the clinical research symposium in the March that maybe I can share with you a letter, which is not available at the moment. The clinical research symposium collaboration between MSU industry and ophthalmic industry from Sydney, and also the University of New South Wales, Australia, in terms of clinical research in Southeast Asia. So I hope that my answer is going to answer your question, Mr. Adam.
Okay, Mr. Adam, have you satisfied with the answer? Okay. Thank you, Prof. Zaki. The second one from Mrs. Hana Nurul Husna. Hello, Prof. My name Hana from Optometry Department, BTH University. To make a research product become commercialization, Professor Zaki explained that we have to make good research ecosystem and need support from all parties. Maybe Prof. Zaki can share how MSU University and Malaysian government give support to build up this system.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Hannah, for a very good question. Okay, when I was as a head of department, I'm involved, we call it in the many administrative parts to develop the opportunity program in NSU. Since 2020, I moved forward to develop the Center of Excellence in terms of research. So the research ecosystem need to build up from the, as I said in my slide in the beginning, we need to create the research culture within the for the researcher as well as the student, so that we can come up with the ideas, what we call the topic, so that we can discuss and then identify which area we need to involve, and then from this niche area, what we can contribute to the society, and then from the bench, from the research lab to the commercialization. That's a very huge lot of process, which is now I'm still doing and keep building the ecosystem to establish so that we can commercialize. In fact, my experience when trying to convert the copyright, patent, intellectual properties, and so on, is very needs a very huge time, as well as a lot of things I need to learn in terms of how to commercialize the product. And then it's very nice, or to me a very useful journey as well. So at the same time, the university, or the what we call university management, need to provide a platform so that the researcher have the opportunity to have the seed grant, for example, or grant, and also the researcher need to build up the collaboration and network with the industry, and then identify what other components can be done to commercialize the product. So I'm not sure about the BTH University. MSU Management and Science University is a private university. We are not really get what you call support in terms of research like the public university receive in terms of grant and whatnot. So we need to find our ways to generate the industry grants, support from the university. But definitely, university provides some of the research grants. For example, I received 5 years grant, 300,000 ringgit this year for the prevention of blindness. And then now we are trying to commercialize a few instruments as well as the equipment to identify the vision problem at the beginning. So it's very interesting if the university develops the ecosystem and then establish in very proper way, so that the researcher and also the students can start learning and then learn how to commercialize their product. Okay, I hope Anna is going to answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And the last one from Zaina Nurra Ramdi. Nice to meet you, Prof. My name is Zaina. I'm an optometry student from Bakti Tunasusada University. I have a question. What is the difference between the research ecosystem in Malaysia and Indonesia, especially regarding optometry? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Zina, for the questions. Nice to meet you also. Okay, honestly, I do not have what we call exact answer or accurate answer to inform you about the research ecosystem in Indonesia regarding the optometry, because I believe that optometry in Indonesia is quite new. Even though in Malaysia we have almost when I came from the first university that developed Optima program, which is the National University of Malaysia or University Kebangsaan Malaysia. We are still young in the research ecosystem, and then in general, as I showed in the slide, we need to develop the research culture from the beginning, and then from research culture, we need to have the researcher that what we call focus on the specific research area. For example, myself in MSU, I'm focused in the three major area, which is one is the public health regarding the how to provide the research in the providing eye health system to the community, so that people going to have a better opportunity for accessibility to the better eye health care, and then they can get the early detection, and then they slowly to educate the community towards their own what we call we need to empower the community to have responsible to their eye health condition. For Malaysia, in my experience in MSU, we already established the whole ecosystem for the research in optometry, but honestly, I do not have the idea at the beginning. I'm working a few with my colleagues in Indonesia, for example, like Stickers Padang, Stickers Medan, we call the Liprindo, as well as the some of the maybe we can collaborate with the BTH University in a better way, providing a better research ecosystem in optometry field. Hopefully answer your question, Dina.
Okay. Thank you. Have you satisfied with the answer, Zaina? Hello?
Yes, thank you very much, Prof.
Oh, the last one maybe, Prof, from Mrs. Nurlaili. Prof, I'm Laili from Bakti Tunasusada University. One question: how to develop basic research results in the field of optometry into commercial products? In Indonesia, there are limitations such as human resources, funding, and collaboration between researchers and others. Thanks, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Laili. Thank you actually for inviting me as well for this program. It's very good questions. Actually, I take for example basic research. Okay, when you have some difficulty in performing eye screening, for example, in Indonesia due to limitation, COVID-19 and whatnot. So you're thinking about developing apps, okay? Developing some instruments that may be available, not available in Indonesia or currently, or because due to the high cost or very expensive and so on. But you have what you call interesting how to develop simple equipment for example, like binocular vision, low vision, and so on and so forth. But you can develop that component and then start thinking whether this one can commercialize or not, or can be sold to opticians, optometrist practice in Indonesia. They can use in their home practice or improve their practice concept. Okay, so that's example of how you can develop the product. For example, a simple instrument and so on and so forth. In terms of limitation, that since we have, for example, like COVID-19, we have to thankful that pandemic as well. We have a virtual conference like this. We also have a better accessibility in terms of the experts all over the world through the Zoom meeting or virtual meeting. We can share in terms of the resources, ideas, skills, and so on, developing the product, so that they become the collaborator. So, for example, I'm doing with the University of Software and so on, through the University of Berkeley, US, some others, university. So that needs to be what we call developed. So the institutions needs to create a platform, for example, like this conference, and then start inviting the well-known researcher or well-known figure in the optometry to share, and then start building the network, and then focus, okay, vision components of the area that you can develop. For example, contact lenses. So whether, yeah, your what you call interested or not in developing your Indonesian contact lens or ophthalmic lens by your own, that's one of the things that can be done. So in terms of human resource, funding and collaboration, we can share locally and internationally. So that's very important for us to develop network. So I hope this is going to answer the Mr. Laidi for the question. My apology if not. Cannot elaborate more than that.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Zaki. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this session. Before I close the session, I would like to take the conclusion. It's very important that research commercialization refers to the formal licensing of technology to third parties under the guidance of professional employed by universities and business, and commercialization ecosystem for researchers will the support facilities and academic can combine the commercialization to improve teaching and learning. Before we are closing the session, let's take photos together, Prof.
Berarti aku nggak usah ngomong lagi foto together.
Okay. To all participants, can open the video camera. Sorry. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Mom. See you everyone in the next in the future. Thanks for inviting me. And then my apology if there is a weakness from my side. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Zaki, before leave, we are give the certificate from this session from the committee. I return to the Master of Ceremony.
We say thank you very much for Associate Professor Muhammad Zaki Awe Isa, PhD, MSc, as a keynote speech, and Mr. Itma Milataka as the moderator for the information and knowledge for us. That's very interesting topics. Okay, please welcome to Mrs. Tanandri to give a virtual certificate.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Zaki. I'm very thankful that we can silaturahim and collaborate in HSIC in Bakti Tunas Husada University in this time. I hope this collaborate can continue in the future, and there are many lecturers can collaborate in research and the other field that correlation with optometry especially. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Inshallah. Thank you.
Dear audience, now we move to the third keynote speech in nursing with the topic Okay, for Professor Zaki Isa, if you have another schedule, you can leave this meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Dear audience, now we move to the third keynote speech in nursing with the topic Medication Administration in Safety in Undergraduate Nursing Education will be delivered by Mrs. Sophia Hu, PhD RN, and Mrs. Etiko Maria as a moderator. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, to the Honorable Professor Sophia Hu, the keynote speaker from nursing. How are you, Professor?
I am good.
Okay.
And you?
Okay, nice to meet you in this virtual meeting,
here.
Professor Sophia. Okay, so to all the audience of HSIC conference, good afternoon. Welcome to the keynote speech session from nursing. Okay. I'm Etiko Maria Sambas as the moderator of this session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that nursing have a significant role to ensure medication administration, to ensure medication safety, since they have responsibility for the administration of medication to the patients in various clinical settings. But ladies and gentlemen, many studies show that there is still medication error in clinical field. So many factors are considered to be the leading cause of that medication error, including lack of experience, lack of trainings, lack of psychomotor skills, which is conducted by the nurses, whether it is new nurses, graduate nurses, or even by experienced nurses. So now, to address this issue, we have a nursing expert from Taiwan. She will elaborate her paper entitled Medication Administration Safety in Undergraduate Nursing Education. So ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next presentation, please allow me to introduce the speaker by reading her CV. Okay.
Very interesting topics.
Okay. Okay. Complete name is Sophia Hu, PhD RN. Okay. Her last education is PhD from New York University College of Nursing, USA. And her current professional experience as associate professor from National Yang Ming Chiao Tung University Department of Nursing, Taipei, Taiwan. She also has a tremendous academic scientific activities. Yes, she has published in many journal articles, whether in national and international, as corresponding author or main author. And also, definitely, she has many scientific activities also in national and international conference as the moderator, guest speaker, oral presenter, and poster presenter. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry not to inform you all the curriculum vitae in details because of time limitation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our main program, so please allow me to inform the rule of this session. So there will be a discussion, there will be a presentation for about 45 minutes, and then will be continued by question and answer session for about 15 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Associate Professor Sophia Hu, PhD RN, to deliver the paper. Professor Sophia, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for Dr. Adi's introduction. And it is my greatest pleasure to be here to share with you as she mentioned, that the important topic of medication nutrition in nursing education. Okay, so let me turn to my screen.
My screen.
Yeah, can you see this one?
Okay. It is visible, Professor?
Okay, that's great. So, so you can see that I'm using the same photo for my CV as well. So you can see the pictures the same. So it is my greatest honor to be invited by the committee to be able to share what the nurses are doing when we give the medication, and what should we do in the nursing education to train our nurses to be able to deliver medication safely. Okay. So through today's talk, you will be able to learn common medication nutrition errors, and also to examine our students' medication nutrition practice for the areas for improvement, and also to identify what are the possible strategies that we can use or we have been used to improve the students' medication nutrition safety. So first, I'd like to share with you what is the medication errors and how significant these issues are. So medication errors are defined as any preventable event that may cause or lead to inappropriate medication use or patient harm. In other words, to say that is theoretically medication errors are preventable. And on the other hand, you can see it is also inappropriate medication use or patient harm. In other words, when there are medication errors happen, it may not be necessary to cause the patient harm, right? Because our body, sometimes we can tolerate if we eat some medications, overdose, or forget to take some medication. It is very common to see among our patients' life. However, for nurses, we want each of our nurses will be able to deliver the medication appropriately and also correctly in order to help the patient to be able to regain their health or be able to live on their daily living. Okay, so theoretically, every medication error should be prevented. However, based on the recent data from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, it says that each year there are more than 10,000 suspected medication errors reported. So what happened? Okay, so if the medication errors should be able to prevent it, so how come there are still so many cases that are reported to the U.S. FDA? I believe that in Taiwan, in our system, actually, we also have the Taiwan Food and Drug Administration, and then we also receive medication error or adverse drug events reports annually. Okay, so we understand it is really a huge issue, even though we try so hard to work on that, to prevent that from happening. So today, I know some of you may not be in the field of nursing. So let me introduce you what are the prescribing process. So actually, the medication prescribing process, including 4 stages. One is the ordering, the doctor or who has the prescription authority. In the U.S., they have the nurse practitioner who is also authorized to be able to prescribe medications, or like a dentist. Or they are able to prescribe some pain medications or antibiotics to treat their patients with teeth problems. So that is the stage of ordering. And the transcribing, indicating sometimes we need to transcribe the doctor's order to the medication system. So the pharmacists or the nurses or the patients, they will be able to receive the doctor's order, so they will know what the medication should be given to the patients, or what medication the patient should take. So that is transcribing stage. And dispensing, indicating how we are going to deliver the medication, such as from the pharmacy to the nurses. So nurses will be able to give the medication to the patient. Or like in community, how the medication go to the pharmacy, and the pharmacists give the medication to the patients. So the patient will be able to take medication themselves at home. And the final stage is administration. So indicating the medication is going to give to the patient, right? So in the hospital, the majority of the nurses who are responsible to give the medication to the patients. At the patient's home, usually will be the patient, him or herself, to give the medication, or the caregiver, or who give the medication to the patients, right? So I would like to share with you this. It's an old study, but it is very classic study in our in the field of investigating medication errors. It is done by Bates. So now I want you to guess what are the most common errors happen in the prescribing process. Unfortunately, I cannot go to have a face-to-face sharing with you. So I'm going to ask the questions and answer the questions myself. And you can see if that questions or if that answer meets to yours. Okay, so Bates in year 1995, actually he investigates more than 4,000 patients chart. So it is a retrospective. They review all the charts in 11 medical and surgical units, and identify to look for adverse drug events, indicating there are certain harms, okay, or potential harms which are caused by the medications. Among them, they identify the most common number of medication errors are from ordering. 49% adverse drug events or potential adverse drug events are from ordering. Indicating what? Indicates that maybe not all of the medication prescription are correct. Okay, so it's very important for the pharmacists or for the nurses to have the knowledge, also to help our doctor colleague to identify are there any potential harms to our patients if they take those medications. Okay, so there are 11% of adverse drug events are actually from the transcribing, indicating there might be some errors happen when the doctor prescribed the medication, and when the medication transferred to the pharmacist or to the nurses, there might be some errors. In the old days, the most common errors are from handwritten. It's very difficult to read the handwriting. Okay, so it's very easy to misread the drug names or the dosage, etc. So about 11% of adverse drug events are actually from transcribing, and 4% are from dispensing from the pharmacy to the nurses, and 34% is at the stage of administration when given the medication. Okay, so the ordering is actually the most common reasons, and the second common reasons are the administration. Okay, and very interestingly, Dr. Bates, he had a group of a committee, including the doctors, pharmacists, and nurses. They also review all the adverse drug events and to see how many of them are preventable. Because we all learn from our experience or from the past errors, unfortunately, right? Okay, so they identify among 128 errors from adverse drug events from the ordering stage, 62 of them, it's about like 48 can be prevented. Okay, so it tells us it's very important to stop the errors if we have the knowledge to help the doctors to review their prescriptions and to see if there are any drug interaction or any potential harms to the patient as well. However, I think the more significant and scary number is here. The adverse drug events from the administration stage is about like 34%, but 0% of them are preventable adverse drug events, indicating if there are any adverse drug event happening at the administration stage, it's very difficult to stop. Okay, so it shows in the acute care settings which are the nurses are the primary persons who give the medication to the patients. They are very important, right? Because if there are any errors happen, or if they cannot stop errors and cause the patient harm, 0% of them are preventable. Okay, so I would like to further to share with you our nurses' role in medication administration stage, and I just add some graphs to show you what is the recent Swiss cheese model. Some of you might heard about the Swiss cheese model. Some of you may not. So please allow me to spend some time to introduce you what are the Swiss cheese model. So as you can see on the right-hand side, the left-hand side, there's a Swiss cheese. And on the right-hand side, that is Swiss cheese model. Indicating you can see there are a lot of holes. And also the Swiss cheese is kind of like slices. So when we slice each one, that is a defense. Okay, but you also see the holes. So what we are trying to do is we want to have so many layers of defenses. So if there are any hazards or errors happens, we hope one slice or one defense will be able to stop that errors. So that error won't go through those defenses and reach to the patients and cause traumatic harms. Okay. However, we understand there might be a possibility that unfortunately all those holes are aligned together, which cause the failures, and then the harms may happen. So how do we use the recent Swiss cheese model in the medication administration process? So you can see that each layer is from the different rows. So we have doctors. Okay, we have a pharmacist, we have a delivery person, we have the nurses. All in the talk today is the nursing students, because we're talking about the nursing education, right? So the doctors might prescribe the medications. However, there might be a possibility the doctors is experienced or and don't know how to treat the certain disease appropriately, or using the wrong dose because forget to consider, the patient is old or frail or have a poor kidney function, etc. Okay, so there might be a possibility during the prescription stage there are errors. Unfortunately, if the doctors cannot prevent it, the error will move to the pharmacists, right? So we hope the pharmacist will be able to review the prescription for the appropriateness or the rightness of the medication prescription. Okay, so we want to use a technology like informatic technology to help us. In Taiwan, most of the hospitals are not. We don't have the handwritten system anymore. The majority of them are using the electronic chart system. So in that way, we hope the technology will be able to help us to compare the medication prescription orders to see if there are any potential adverse drug events might happen before it reaches to the pharmacist or to the delivery person or pass to the nurses before we give to the patients. So you can see that delivery person might also, if there are the errors that the pharmacist they didn't recognize or didn't stop, all those errors or the wrong medication will pass to the delivery person, and the delivery person will pass to the nurses, right, to the nursing station, and the nurses will give to the patient if the nurses didn't identify those errors. So we use the technology such as barcode or the procedure control to ask the delivery person to deliver exactly the right medication to the nursing station or to the floor for nurses to give the medication to the patients. And however, for the nurses, we are the final gatekeeper for the medication safety. So we are not only follow the doctor's prescription order to deliver medication, we also need to use our knowledge to review the medication orders, to identify are there any potential errors before we can deliver to the patient. We also use the technology. You might heard that some hospital might use that now, the barcoded system. So before they give medication to the patients, they would scan the patient's wristband and also scan the barcode on the medication package to make sure they are matched. Okay, and the nurses should also use the skills and the knowledge they learn from the school or in their expert area. So that is the reason switches model. So continually, so if we're doing that, we have a very competent nurses, so we should be able to prevent or minimize medication administration errors, right? Unfortunately, based on there are many literatures, research findings are showing that medication administration errors are still happen. It's not only in Taiwan, and I believe it's also in Indonesia as well. It's a global issue, okay? So that is why we would like to see what happened in our nursing education and to see are there any areas that we can help to improve medication administration safety. Because when there are medication errors happen, it's not only just the nurse's responsibility, but it's also the nursing leader's responsibility or the educator's responsibility to identify where are the areas that we can improve. Okay, and if there are any adverse drug events happen or medication errors happen, it's going to increase the hospital cost, and sometimes the patient harms or the increase their length of stay, and very unfortunately it might cause the patient harms or death and even some low issues to the nurses as well. Okay, so when we observe the nurses' working time in the hospital, 27% of our working time are actually spending on the medication administration. So medication administration really a very huge part of our nursing daily practice. Okay, and then we also investigate the experienced nurses and inexperienced nurses who encounter medication errors the most. Unfortunately, we identify the new nurses. They encountered the majority of medication administration errors. So we know those are the populations that they need help, and then we should go further to investigate where we can help. And we identified the reasons are inexperience because they're probably busy giving the medication to the patients. They don't have adequate training to teach them how to do the time management until they have experience. They can do those things very smoothly, or sometimes they are not familiar with those medications, so they don't know this medication should not go with another. Okay, etc. So those are the primary reasons that new nurses might encounter medication administration errors. So what do we teach our nursing students at the school? Okay, so for some of you might remember that, and some of you, if you are not from nursing, you might not know what we taught our students. We taught them the 5 rights principles. So based on the 5 rights principles, it is just the procedure that we want our students will be able to, our nurses will be able to follow. So in order to make sure that the right medication to the right patient in the right dose, using the right route at the right time. So what is a route? Some medication are taken from mouth, right? Some are injection. Some are the direct intravenous push or the drip from the IV bag, or sometimes it is a patch to put on the skin, etc. Okay, so those are the 5 rights principles. So each time when the patient, when the nurse give the medication to the patient, we want them to follow these 5 rights principles to make sure that give the right medication to the right patient with the right dose, using the right route at the right time. But medication safety is much more than that. We also teach our students pharmacology, so they know how the medication works and what are the potential interactions between medications. We also teach them the medical and surgical nursing, the women's health, the pediatrics, psychology, etc. In those courses, we also teach them the disease and assessment, and also how to manage those disease or health conditions by pharmacology, by medication, or some intervention, non-pharmacology. Okay, for example, if the patient experiences pain, of course, we can give them the pain medication. But we also need to do some like the massage or change position or exercise to minimize pain or bring the comfort to patient, etc. Okay, so it's not only just the 5 rights principle, it's also the pharmacology and other knowledge that we learned in certain areas. So to make sure that our students, our nurses will be able to give the appropriate medication and also be able to identify potential for errors. And they also practice at the skill labs and also clinical practice. So I'll give you pictures what we learned at the skill labs. Okay, so the one instructor will teach the students certain skills with many students. And for some technique, which requires very concentrate or is very easy to make mistakes, we have the one-on-one teaching to that specific skill. So it might remind some of you who has a nursing background. So probably remind you what you learned or how you learned it, how you learn to give medication appropriately at the lab. And before the students then can go to the clinical practice, we also have the examination to make sure that they have the right knowledge and then doing things correctly before they are allowed to go to the lab, to the hospital to really give the medication to the patients. So those are the background knowledge of medication administration process. So how exactly our students have been doing? So very lucky that we have some colleagues from Indonesia and Thailand. So we conducted this study that we invited 3 schools, nursing schools, who has a similar background and the students' background as well, to do this study to investigate how the students perform when they give the medication. Okay, so we invited all those students at their last semester before graduation, indicating they should be very comfortable and competent and familiar with medication administration, right? Okay, and then we provide them the medication error scenario. So the students will be able to go to that scenario and give the medication. So in this case, we give them a scenario which including 11 possible medication errors. So the students should be able to identify or not to make those medication errors. And we also have objective structured clinical examination checklists to indicate all those 11 possible medication errors the students might encounter in the scenario. So the nursing faculty will be able to check it off based on the students' performance. So I'm going to share with you how we do this. So this is a scenario. So we give the students a case, the patient that the students are going to give the medication to. So the 72-year-old female admitted for the urinary tract infection with a medical history of aphasia, unable to talk, hypertension, and also an allergy to non-steroid anti-inflammatory medication. It's one type of drug. The patient's current vital signs have a temperature, have a fever, and heart rate is normal, and the respiratory rate is normal, and the blood pressure is okay, it's normal, and the pulse oxygen is great, 99% in room air, And blood sugar, oh, super high, is 420 milligram. So we instructed students that it's now 9 o'clock, so please give the medication to your patients. Okay, so I know that each of you, the background might not be nursing, so I just highlighted the important message for you. That a patient has urinary tract infection, the patient has hypertension, the patient has allergy, also have a very high sugar. And now we are going to give the 9 o'clock medication. Okay, so this is the medication administration sheet that we give to the patient, to the students. So based on the sheet, they should give the antibiotics because the patient has urinary tract infection. And then they should give the 9 o'clock medication because now it's 9 o'clock. They should not give the midnight medication, right? Or the medication which should be given at the 9 o'clock at night. Okay, and the students also need to give the state medication because the patient has a very high sugar. Okay, so the students should give the insulin to the patient. So this is the instruction that we give to our students. So what our students should do. Okay, so let me give you an idea what the students are doing in a scenario. This is just 1 minute. Okay, so the students will read the instruction as you do, and in front of that door, and then now they will enter to the scenario with me.
请考生进入诊间。
So you can see that my hand, I have the checklist, so I can observe my students' behavior. And the students is actually reviewing the medication that they are going to give to the patient. So as you can see that if the students can apply their 5 rights principle, they will be able to identify there are the wrong medication actually in the medication bag. Okay, so they will report that error to the faculty, and the faculty will give the students the right medication to be able to provide to the patient. Okay, so from these study findings, we identify, so there are at least 5 types of errors, right? The wrong patient, wrong drug, wrong dose, or wrong route, or the wrong time. And we also added 2 other type of medication, that we give the medication that without indication, or we give the patients the medication that actually they're allergic to. So we're testing our students' knowledge. Not only just they follow the 5 rights principle, they also need to use their knowledge to identify those errors. So the most common errors are actually the students are not identified. There is a wrong patient. The patient's name on the wristband are actually wrong. And then they are not able to see the indication or give the medication, the allergy medication to the patient. So it is the right circles. And then for the Indonesia students, you can see that they did pretty well follow the instruction, the medication order. However, they might be less likely to identify, oh, this is the wrong medication, oh, there is no indication for the patient to take these types of medication, but they still give it to. Okay, so you can see that from this scenario, we do observe the students from Indonesia, from Taiwan, and from Thailand. We have the different types of medication error patterns might happen. Okay, so it gives some information to the faculties that we should be aware our students' performance and to see what should we do in order to help them. Okay, so the possible solutions in the traditional ways, we have a paper test to test the patient's, the student's calculation skill. so they can calculate the right dose to the patient. And the skill lab, we see their performance. But but now we also thinking through the paper test or skill lab, we may not be able to test or train our students' critical thinking capability. So when there are errors, they might not be able to identify them. Okay, so we are thinking we should introduce the problem-based learning or using the simulation and debriefing to help them. So how does that doing? So we have experimental study. It is a quasi-experimental design, not a randomized control trial, because it's very difficult to have the randomization in education. So still, the students' population is the last semester before their graduation. In this scenario, we want them to be able to identify errors. Okay, so actually we want them to identify, right? So the more errors they identify, indicating the higher number they have a better performance, which is opposite from my previous slides. Okay, so we ask the students to go through scenarios there. So the control group, they have pre and post test. Experimental groups has additional 2 hours simulation practice and also debriefing based on their performance. The instructors, the faculty will give the students feedback and share with them how they are doing. So in this study, we have 93 students. 27 in control and 66 in experimentals in the experiment group. So what I want you to see that is from here, you can see the blue circle. Okay, so actually the students, they in the pretest, they can only identify about like 2 errors, both in the control and experimental group. But after the scenario, we do the post test again 2 weeks, 3 months after. So you can see that even though in the control group, they only do in the problem-based scenario, they improve the frequency, the numbers, they identify medication errors. But in the experimental groups, it's even higher. The students will be able to identify errors from 2 errors to 6 errors. It's happy number, right? So we can see that in the problem-based scenario, it does help the students to improve their medication error identification capability. And now I want you to take a look at when we compare the differences between the control and experiment group, you can see that the experiment group, the students who receive additional 2 hours of simulation training and debriefing, actually they have the higher, better improvement than the control group. Okay, so what we learned from this study is that we should probably need to change from the previous, just the lecturing, the skill labs, but also help our students, they can have a hands-on experience in the problem-based scenario. Only by just by doing that can help them to improve their medication administration safety. Okay, so if you have the extra manpower and the money, we can offer the simulation courses and provide the debriefing to those students. Okay, so from that experience, I would like to introduce you the NOVS experimental learning theory. Okay, from the NOVS experimental learning theory, that actually there are 4 stages. The concrete experience, learning from doing, and the students actually can reflect what they have been doing in the situation. It is a reflective observation. And then after that, they are going to think what is right and what is wrong and how to improve it. So that is abstract conceptualization. And then they are going to figure out what are the potential strategies to use for their next actual experience. Okay, so in our medication administration safety training, we actually have the students to administer medications with errors, right? We design those errors in that situation. And the students will be able to think what happened and how they are doing good in the situation, what they have been doing not so good, which can be improved the next time in that situation. And they are going to learn from their experience and then to be prepared and come up with solutions for the for their next practice. So this is not experimental learning theory, which really support why we want to offer the students problem-based or simulation kind of scenario to have to train their medication administration safety. Okay, so after that, we also ask our students, oh, why don't you report, or why you make the medication errors, so we can know their difficulties, so we will be able to help them. So you can see that the students, the most common reason is I didn't find out there was an error. They are not aware the errors might happen. So they just give the medication to the patients based on whatever we told them to do. It's pretty dangerous. Okay, they are kind of robots, just follow the comments without thinking. Or they feel the hospital is too safe, is very safe, so they are not thinking there might be an error. And the common reasons are actually fear. I'm afraid that I make a mistake. I don't know I should report errors. I'm afraid to be punished if I make errors. I'm afraid to tell others. Okay, so that is a fear. And also the other thing is that the students, they didn't follow the instruction or principles that we teach them. Okay, so from this study, it's really, and the students' experiences really tell us that we should increase their awareness, their errors happen, and their role in medication administration safety is very important. And also need to develop that trust relationship, so they feel safe and comfortable to tell others there might be error happens, or they might identify errors, or whenever they don't know what to do, they can seek for help rather than go ahead, do it, and make mistakes, right? So from our experience on our nursing education, we think the medication safety culture is the core. Because if the students or nurses or nursing leaders or doctors, pharmacists, they don't think medication safety is important, they are not going to treat or do that their job in guarding medication safety carefully. Okay, just like our students might saying that I don't know there is an error. Okay, because if everybody do their job, their work correctly, yes, there should be no error. But you should not assume that until you really see that, right? And then the new training strategies might be needed, rather additional lecturing and the skill lab practice. And we also need to train our students critical thinking skills in order to, because we don't know, because the clinical environment or situation are very complicated. We don't know what situation they are going to face. So we need to empower them, make them strong. And finally, from that, those study findings, it's really tell us that we need to be outcome focused. Not only the score, but also the students' performance. And when there are errors or some situation in the like real situation, how they react to those situations. Okay, so it should be not the score, not the grade, but actually their performance. Okay, so as a nursing faculty, we really need to think ahead or before the students, how to help them to connect the gaps between the education and the real practice. Okay, so those are my sharing and my topic. Thank you for your listening, and this is my email. If you have further questions, or if you're thinking that there might be a possibility that we can collaborate, please welcome to email me. And those are the references. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to give the time to my moderator.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sophia. Okay, that's very informative, yeah. That you deliver is very actual and factual, yeah, especially for nursing institution, yeah, nowadays. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after delivering a paper from Professor Sophia, so now it's time for us to question and answer session. So whoever will ask the question, please mention your name and institution. Okay? Okay, maybe want to ask the question directly to Professor Sophia, or maybe you can write on the chat room, yeah?
Hey, sorry, Mrs. Ika. Can I ask some question for Professor Sophia?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, please don't forget to mention your name and institution.
Well, hello, Professor Sophia. I'm Nabila Dandari from nursing department from BTH University. So, well, as you know from your material, we can know that medication administration error are common among new nurses or nursing graduates. And the problem is that nursing students, especially me, yeah, right, might be less willing to speak up about errors because of lack of knowledge and experiences, and also the fear of low evaluation score, fear of being blamed, reprimand, and punishment. So the case will be underreporting. Well, if it is allowed to happen, we can imagine how big the problem will arise and harm the patient, and also ultimately will threat the patient's safety. So my question is that regarding to the problem is because it relates to the nursing school as their place to study. So what kind of efforts the nursing school can do to overcome this problem? I mean, the effort to make the student have the confidence to speak up about the errors that they made. Maybe that's the question from me. Thank you, Professor Sophia.
Okay, okay, good question. Okay, Professor Sophia, can you catch the question from Nabila?
Yes, thank you, Nabila. I think that is very good and important questions, and that is what the students, not only the nursing students, you can see the medical students as well, because everybody wants to do perfect. They don't want to admit they don't understand something or there might be errors happen. However, as I mentioned, that the culture of safety is very important. Okay, so if you think there are certain kinds of things that might threat the safety, you should be brave or encouraged to report their errors. Okay, and I also think that agree with you that everybody is afraid of the punishment or the bad inferences toward to them. Okay, so so in that way, so it's not only the school's responsibility, I believe it's also the hospital or the clinical site's responsibility as well to make sure that in their employee that they are safe or there is no blame mechanism. So whenever they report the errors, we can identify what are the process that we can improve instead of blaming that person. And as I know that some hospitals even don't have the incentive feedback system. If you report an error, they are going to give you some incentives like money or vacation hours. It's not like encourage everybody to report or pick on others' errors, but it encourages them say something. Okay. However, it is not necessary to say that if you make a mistakes, you will be forgiven. If mistakes do cause patient harm, you still have the responsibility and also the consequences. But it's just that trust relationship, and everybody are thinking we are doing the great things to help the patients and also help ourselves. It's going to help our nursing and our hospital safety to be improved. Okay, I hope that answered the Nabalia's questions. It's not only one single person's responsibility. It's a cultural change and it does take time.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sophia, for the answer.
Okay, yeah, that's clear answer from Professor Sophia, yeah? Is it, yeah? Okay, for next question, maybe other audience want to ask question, please?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jeka.
Okay. Okay, just
Thank
mention your
you,
name.
Prof. Sophia. My name is Sunil Soni. I am lecturer in pharmacology in nursing in University BTH. Solution of the error medication administration skill to skill lab to train skill lab to train student education administration. What kind of specific training in the skill lab? Thank you.
Okay, Professor. Maybe I can clarify the question, yeah, because we also conduct for skills lab and training in the university, but maybe you have your own experience, what kind of maybe additional trainings beside skills lab, yeah, in the university, which can enhance the students' competence in administer the medication, yeah? Okay.
Okay, thank you for that question. So I know that Sunny is also in our similar situation, that as a lecturer and the nursing educator, that yes, we do have a responsibility to help our students develop their medication administration skills. What we do in the, before the students, they can go to a skill lab, of course, they have a lecture first, right? They need to have the knowledge how to give the medication correctly. We teach them in the fundamentals of nursing, which is the first nursing-related class the students they have. And in the lab, we teach them the skills, like the 5 rice principles, and how to prepare medication in the sterile ways. I think that is very similar with what we have been doing in Indonesia, because the nursing colleagues from the UGM also share with us what they have been taught, what they taught the students in at the skill lab. I think that is similar. But now we are challenging that. Even though we teach those students, but we don't know actually how they perform it. We give them the situation, they just give the medication in front of the teachers with the right medication, with the instrument, etc. But we don't know in the real situation with problems or errors how they react. For example, we give them cefazolin, the one medication. And however, we ask the students to give only 500 milligram. However, if we give them a vial, which is 1 gram, 1,000 milligram, right? So if the students, they know that, oh, they need to only aspirate half of the vial, it might indicate they kind of like identify, they are not only give the medication, but they also think, what is the right dose for this patient? Of course, if the students are more advanced, you probably want to give the students some situations, such as the patient has renal failure, or the patient has a poor kidney function, or a poor liver function. So probably the dose of medication is too strong for that patient. So they might want to report that to sorry, what should I do? Stop sharing. So in that case, you will know that students, they are capable to understand. They see something inappropriate, right? So they should report or discuss with their physicians. So that is what the training that we want our students to be able to do. So that is why you see that in our training, we kind of like test on the students on their last semester before graduation, because both in the clinical practice and also skill labs, they should experience that. But if you can do that early on at the skill lab, it's even better. Okay, so you can design the tests that you test the students and to see how they respond to those we call the critical point of time. Okay, so you can see their judgment and also grab that as an opportunity to share your observation for the students to learn. We call that active failure. Okay, so those are failures, those are errors, but those are also the opportunities for students to learn.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sony, that's is it answered your question?
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, maybe for another audience want to ask the question? Okay, please. Okay, while waiting for the question, maybe I want to share something to Prof. Sophia, yeah, because we agreed that one of the evaluation system for the students, yeah, such as objective structure clinical examination, yeah, or OSCE, maybe is very common today, yeah, to be conducted for all the evaluation system. That's right. Is it right, Professor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So maybe based on your experience, are there any weakness, yeah, or maybe strength for that system of evaluation for the students, yeah, for especially for undergraduate students, nursing?
What? Excuse me, can you say your question again?
Okay. Okay, I'm focusing for OSCE, yeah, objective structure clinical examination. Maybe based on your experience, are there any weakness, yeah, from that systems to evaluate student skills, especially in medication administration by the students, yeah, especially undergraduate students?
Yeah, so I think it's the weakness of the OSCE is actually the costs and also the manpower required. It's very easy to distribute the pencil test, right? Just give the papers and the students they will do the calculation, etc. And for the OSCE, actually, the weakness of that it's very structuralized, so it's very easy for the faculties to actually to observe the similar behaviors that we would like to students perform. And the weakness of the OSCE is actually is the cost, the manpower I mentioned, and also the scenario development. Because if the situation that you develop doesn't actually help you to observe the student's behavior, it's not a good OSCE, right? So we need to have experienced faculties to be able to focus on the scenario or the examination design development. So we will be able to deliver that test in order to really evaluate our students' performance. That is why we have our nursing college from Indonesia and Thailand. Because in Taiwan, at my school, we have been doing that for many years, and we have been doing the medication administration safety scenario for many years.